Attention! Attention! May I have everyone's attention? It's almost time, so while you're waiting, get a piece of paper out, something to write with. I don't care if it's a pencil, pen, marker, lipstick, I don't care what it is. Then get your movie ready to where all you have to do is press play and get any snacks and drinks you want while waiting, because we're gonna have a blast once we start. Enjoy.
I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. There is a light side, and a dark side. There is the will of the Force, and that will is the light. I will do what I must to serve the will of the Force. There is only the Force. In the Force, there is peace and justice. There is love, balance, and acceleration. And when I am weak, the Force will give me strength. There is courage, patience, and self-control. And when I fail, I will learn. There is joy, wisdom, and discernment. And when there is emotion, I have truth. There is purpose in all things, even death. Good or bad, it all works for my good, for I am with the Force. I am the wielder of the flame, the holder of the torch, and the keeper of the flame, lighting the way. I am a soldier who marches the narrow light path. I am the guardian of love, balance, and acceleration. I am a soldier of the Force. I am the Grey Jedi. Trust only in the Force.
Hello there. Welcome, G-Force. Go ahead and grab a seat inside the Great Temple. How are you doing? I hope you're all having a great day today. It's showtime. Boom! Let's go! That's rule number 1. Block against the Great Jedi. Yeah. Just better, baby. We're playing a very dangerous game, but I like dangerous. Let's do it! Easy! That's right, another win added to our undefeated streak, guys. We're unstoppable. Love, balance, and acceleration all the way, baby. Sparty and I are just on a whole nother level today. Let's get it, Sparty. There you go, Sam. Show him who the best trio is. Yes! No way. I'm just better, Sonny. Come on, Wookie, you want a piece of me? Go ahead, bring on the big bugs. Bring them on. I was saving this just for you. How does it feel? Sheesh, Lou, are you kidding me? Oh, come on! There's too many of them, they're everywhere! That's right, Hacker, you got nothing on the Grey Jedi. See ya! What's that hit detection? Look at that 50-foot saber! I'm 50 feet away! Sinking trip mines and turrets. Get the joke!
Activating Gray Mode!
Look at how easy I made that 4v1 situation look. Get out of here! You're not on my level! That was Gray Mode, baby! Don't make me pull it out again! Woo! Getting it! Parry, 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 parry. I'm the parry master, baby! That's right, and don't you forget it! You want some? Come get some! Woo! Let's get it, baby! I'm just on a whole nother level. I see you. You're mine! That's right, baby! Let's get it! Just better, baby! It's showtime. Boom! Let's go! That's rule number 1, block against the Grey Jedi! Yeah, just better, baby. We're playing a very dangerous game, but I like dangerous. Let's do it! Easy! That's right, another win added to our undefeated streak, guys. We're unstoppable! Love, balance, and acceleration all the way, baby!
Activating Gray Mode!
Look at how easy I made that 4v1 situation look. Get out of here! You're not on my level! That was Gray Mode, baby! Don't make me pull it out again! Woo! Getting it! Parry, 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 parry. I'm the parry master, baby! That's right, and don't you forget it! You want some? Come get some! Woo! Let's get it, baby! I'm just on a whole nother level. I see you. You're mine! That's right, baby! Let's get it! Just better, baby! Who am I? I'm the Grey Jedi. Did you really think that was it? That I wasn't going to step up to the plate? You think I'm finished? That I wouldn't do what needs to be done? You think I wouldn't lock it in? That I wouldn't put my nose to the grinding stone? That we weren't going to build the Great Temple? Think again. G-Force! We're a force to be reckoned with! And we're just getting started. Oh yeah. What's up? Oh, Han's over here. How you like that push? You like that push? Easy! The next parry. The next combination. The next challenge. The next headshot. The next objective.
Watch out, might be Maul.
The next hotshotish play.
Yep. What do you know?
The next win.
I'll get the cheat kill first.
It's all inevitable. And I don't care how I feel, because I know the truth. I'm going to get up, move forward, and let the love and courage conquer the fear. Continue to get better and stronger in every single way possible. Sorry, guy, I didn't see. Get me in! Get me in! Start it! There's too many of them! Shoot! No! We're the best around, and no one does it better! We're at the top, and we've still got so much more to go! Now let's have some fun and be full of joy, wisdom, discernment, understanding, initiative, creativity, ingenuity, insight, integrity, discretion, patience, humbleness, confidence, have greater intentions, contentness, peace, no hypocrisy, kindness, gentleness, better communication, and self-control. Let's spread the good news. We love, we balance, and we accelerate! We're accelerating so fast beyond belief. We're quicker than quick. Some days might be slower. Some days might be faster. But even on our slow days, we're accelerating and we can't be stopped. And if it's one of our better, more faster days, then oh baby, you might as well just get out of my way, because we're just unstoppable. If something's in our way, we knock it down and crush it with our foot. And if the dark forces rises up against us, and if it looks like we can't pass it, and it knocks us down, then we get back up, put on gray mode, and knock it down harder with all of our strength. We're better. We're an unstoppable dominating force. And if the force is with us, then who could ever stop us? For I am with the force, and the force is with me. LBA all the way, baby. What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Hope you guys are all doing well. What's up, Commander Fox? What's going on, Southern? What's up, guys? All right, so we are under 3 minutes away from Andor Season 2. And I gotta be honest, all right? Listen. Before getting into Season 2, I was going through rewatching Season 1. And there's some things I feel like I'm noticing more this time around, where basically I have a few more problems, not necessarily with the lore or anything, but just small things, like little things, kind of like what I have with Skeleton Crew. But the overall bigger things in the story, I mean, it hits just like I remember. It actually feels a little bit faster my second time around. I don't know why. But it feels... I remember it being slower, but I don't know, it was kind of like at a nice pace. So, and they said that even Season 2 is going to be even faster because we're covering, what, 4 times the amount of time? Because Season 1 was all in 1 year, and basically the 3 episodes that we're going to be watching today is going to be 1 year. You know, so that's crazy. So I'm actually pretty excited. I got my, my notes here. Just in case I want to jot anything down, I got my pencil, got my water, some chips that are very, very bad for you. But I'm like, you know what? It's a special time. We're kicking back up the watch parties, and I'm excited, man. I'm excited. What about you guys? G3, can you turn the music down a little bit, please? So that way they can actually hear me. Thank you. Sheesh, man. I don't know why it was so loud to begin with. So it should be on in just a minute here. So we've got Disney Plus up. In fact, G3, can you please turn off the previews? enough of that. We don't need it. Very, very unnecessary. Thank you. All right, so as you guys can see, whoa. What is going on with the chat, G3? Why is it all like stretched? Please fix it. Unbelievable. Anyways, for those that, you know, happen to watch replay and you end up coming late in the future, I want to let you guys know kind of how this works. I can't obviously show the show, right, for copyright reasons, but what we do is we have it up on your end, you guys pull it up on your end on Disney Plus, and we just start the timer. So we're watching it together, and then after we're done watching it, we discuss it. You know, I kind of give my thoughts, you guys can give your thoughts, and if you do join late and you're really just wanting to watch it with me, you can always skip it to wherever we're at on the timer, but I'm not expecting anyone to do that. It's only if you want to. And then the episode, you'll see right there at the top of chat which episode we will be on. So if you're not sure if it's episode 1, 2, or 3, just always look at that. G3 shaking my head. Same, dude. Like, for real. I'm constantly shaking my head at this guy. It's insane. Honestly, I don't even have Disney Plus. I'm just kind of here. Dang, man. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't show it. I mean, obviously, I would if I could, you know, but yeah, that's kind of theft. Yeah, I can't do that. Unfortunately, they're not making it for free. All right, here we go. Season 2. All right, first 3 episodes are here. So let's try and see if we can get the chat fixed since G3 isn't doing it. Ridiculous. Insane. That works a little bit better, but can we, like, move it down? There we go. It's not exactly what I was wanting, but, you know, it'll work right now. It'll work right now. Come on, Gray, for GeForce, please! JK, LOL. Yeah, I can't do it, unfortunately. What's going on, Charles, bro? Nice to see you, man. I love how the YouTube and Twitch chat, and Kick, for that matter, are all combined into one here, which is cool. So that'll be nice. So basically what's going to be happening here, guys, is once we start it up, I don't normally look at chat because I'm obviously watching the show. I do look at chat afterwards, though, when we're discussing it, obviously. And sometimes I give my commentary over certain things, and then other times it's not. Sometimes it can be very quiet. It really just depends on how I'm feeling and, like, what I'm watching. Is it entertaining? Does it need my commentary, or am I just trying to sit back, relax, and enjoy it, sort of thing, you know? Like, obviously, there's some things I just can't keep my mouth shut on, like Bad Batch, man. I mean, I couldn't hold back on that. Ugh. Anyways, I just kind of want to let you guys know, because we haven't done a watch party in quite a while. It's been quite a while, so, yeah. Alright, so I clicked on the first episode. We haven't started it yet, though. And, of course, I'm getting an ad, even though I have the premium version and I shouldn't be getting ads. I mean, it has a skip option, but I shouldn't. And they're advertising Hulu, their partner. Gotta love it. Why am I getting a Hulu ad? Why? Why am I getting a Hulu ad? I'm not giving you more money. Stop it. Stop it. I already gave you more money to not watch your dumb ads. I can't believe they get away with this stuff. Disney's insane. I cannot believe they get away with it. But, you know, they do. They do. Shaking my head, shaking my head. Are you watching something? We're going to be watching Andor Season 2, Episode 1. Yes, we are going to be watching something. We haven't started yet, though. You'll know by the timer. Alright, I want to get the volume ready here. I want to make sure it's not coming through the stream. I also want to make sure it's not all coming through the headset. Like, I want it nice and crisp, loud, but not too loud, you know? Okay. Hold on. Just trying to get ready here. Alright, perfect. Alright. G3, cut off the music, please. No more background music. Please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, and I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. So here we go. So for those that... They're about, let's see, the first one is about 53 minutes long. I don't know what the second and third one are. I'm assuming probably around that same length. So, I mean, it'll probably be a 2-3 hours at least. And then we'll discuss afterwards. I don't know if I want to discuss after every episode or just discuss after the 3 episodes. I'm not sure. I think at that time I'm going to play it by ear. So for those that, want to come and go, you guys are welcome to. But it's probably going to be another 3 hours before we're done with all 3. Or almost 3 hours anyways. I don't know how long the credits are going to be. Let's see. By the scan of it, looks like around 46 minutes is when the credits. So I'm not going to be sitting watching all the credits. So anyways, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we are in sync. I'm not skipping the intros, just letting you guys know. So that way we're all at the same pace there. I do like their little intro that they do there. I'm actually kind of excited, man. I haven't been excited for something Star Wars in a minute. I can't say I'm super excited. I'm not super excited, but I am excited. I'm interested to see where they're going to go with the story, because I always said I think Andor was their best show, and I won't know for a fact if I'm really going to like the show until the second season. So this is their time to shine and show what Andor could be. One year later, already with the time jump. Okay. BBY4. Okay. Before the Battle of Yavin, for those that don't know. He's like, there it goes. Sheesh. Oh my. Oh my. Sheesh. Huh? Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, he got the grip of that starfighter real fast. It's a quick turnaround. Oh, no way. He's there. Yeah. I mean, should have listened to him. I will say what she's doing is a lot harder said than done, or easier said than done, I should say. But she should have listened to him, man. It didn't need more people. Did not need more people. Cassian and Luthen are a good combo, in my opinion. They're a good duo. Glad to see that they're working together. And it really does make a lot of sense from like what he said in Rogue One, which is good. That's what I wanted to see from this season. It looks like we're going to get that, so that's awesome. I really like that transition. That was good. This is so stupid but funny. I love it. That's hilarious. It's cool that we get to see him too. I liked him in Rogue One. What are we watching right now? I thought it was be something to do with the Death Star or something. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna pause it. All right, I paused it. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I also got some water. All right. All right, we're gonna. Okay, good. We're still at the same spot. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play it. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're locked in to the same time again. Why do I find this stuff so funny, bro? Wow. First off, that was a good transition at the end with the laser bolt coming at the camera. I like that. All right. That is it for the first episode. So, overall, let's go ahead and pause the timer first. I mean, I thought it was good. I thought it was a good first episode. It seems like they're finally doing what I thought the Andor show was going to fully be about, which was basically that line. I don't know if you guys remember that line that Andor said in Rogue One, where he said that, hey, I'm a bad guy, you know, even though I'm part of the rebellion, I've done a lot of bad things. I can't obviously quote, this isn't the exact quote, but basically what he was saying is that he is a part of the rebellion and he's done a lot of bad things for the rebellion, like for the overall good or whatever, right? Which we also see the pattern of for Luthen, right? From season 1. That's why I think they're a good combo. So that's what I was hoping the whole show would be about. And then we got season 1. I enjoyed season 1. It was good, but it wasn't, what's the word? It wasn't us being able to see Andor doing those bad things for the sake of, you know, the good of the rebellion, right? To fight against the Empire. We didn't get that. In fact, well, we kind of got the opposite. We kind of got the opposite of, like, before he was even part of the rebellion. We even got, like, clips of when he was a kid, which, to be honest, I feel like that was a waste of time unless they're going to try and connect it or something in the second season. I really don't understand why they wasted so much time on that, because it's like, big whoop, okay, he was adopted, but like we didn't need to know and go all the way back in time, you know, when he was a little kid, and that whole like Republic thing and all that, like that was completely unnecessary in my opinion. But and then we got to see how he finally gets his into the rebellion, right, through Lutheran at his planet, which I thought was okay. That's cool. And then, like I said, though, I was hoping that the show would already take place at that point where he was already part of the rebellion and he's now doing these things. But they didn't take that approach. So we went before his life before the rebellion and really getting his contacts into the rebellion. And then we got to see his hate for the Empire, because obviously his why, right, of joining the rebellion. We got to see a little bit more of that, as well as like his very first, you know, mission with a team for the rebellion and things of that nature. So that was a lot of season 1. Season 2, it seems like from this first episode already, and kind of what they've been saying in the trailer and all that. But like I said, even from the first episode, it's now showing us, okay, a year later after season 1, he's in good with Lutheran, and basically now he's doing missions, and now we're getting to the point where maybe he's going to start doing some bad things, right, for the sake of the rebellion, which is what I was all for. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted to see from the get-go. That's what I'm saying. I think season 2 is going to make or break the show, and so far, I think it has good potential to, you know, really be the best show that they've made, you know, that doesn't break lore. Yes, I have little nitpicks and stuff, but it's not as big as, you know, any of the other lore-breaking stuff, you know. I think it has a possibility of getting my, personal canon stamp of approval. But anyways, let's continue the arc. I enjoyed the first episode. I thought it was good. If I'm not mistaken, I think they said the S word like at the very beginning when he got into the ship. They did that in season 1. Obviously, they got away with it, so they're gonna do it in season 2. I wouldn't want them passing it even more than this, to be honest. It's let me put it this way. I just think it's unnecessary, right? Especially when Star Wars kind of has their own curse words. You even have even though they're kind of playfully. I mean that was always Star Wars though. Whether it was blast or poodoo. They got different ones. You got even in Solo they did Big Kashiki and Moof Milker. You know what I mean? Like they get creative, they get fun with it. That's Star Wars. But I have noticed a few different earthly things in here. I also obviously in the first one we're seeing a wedding. I think if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the second wedding we're seeing in Star Wars. The first one was in Attack of the Clones, and this would be our second. So, anyways, not that that's anything important, but nothing big really happened. They're just kind of continuing off a year later with all these different characters, which is fine, I guess. I know from the trailer that one guy is going to be in it. The guy that likes Dedra or whatever's, what's his name? Cyril, something like that. Starts with an S, right? That guy, the police guy, right? I don't understand why on earth, like, we spent any time on him in season 1. Like, I don't get it. And it looks like even in season 2, I don't know why they'd want to waste time with that as well. I don't know. Well, like I said, I don't know. Maybe they got some special plans for all these characters. We'll just have to wait and see. So with that said, let's dive into episode 2. And what I'm going to do is reset the timer. And then I'm going to put episode 2 on here. So that way people know which episode we're on. Alright, so we're on episode 2. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. I'm not skipping the intro, by the way, or the recap. Everything's good. We're in sync. And like I said, I'm not going to be skipping the intro. Andor Season 2. That's so dumb. I cannot. I don't care for that character. I just don't. He has his collar up. Remember his mom made fun of that in the first season, saying that like he's desperate or whatever. What's up, Commander Fox? Hello there. I really like, not him. The Lutheran guy, or whatever his name is. He's smart, man. He's smart. He's willing to do what a lot of people aren't willing to do, you know? Not live streaming Star Wars Hunters? No. Does it look like I'm streaming Star Wars Hunters right now? No, we're watching Andor. Yeah, I was about to say that. How do they know? I mean, I guess it doesn't take a rocket scientist if they already knew melons were around. They were there 2 days before, right? So this is a weird group, man. But I mean, that's humanity right there. It's kind of like silly but funny at the same time, you know. Especially when they were all on the same team. Like for apparently they were part of the Rebel Alliance, which is kind of weird. Yeah, interesting. Oh, is someone gonna mess it up? I feel like someone's gonna mess it up. But that would be cool if they could actually like start talking into a dialogue. They're gonna start talking, right? Oh, are they gonna fight for leadership or something? So that way they don't have to kill each other? Oh snap, it's not just a 1v1. Is it a 2v2 or is it group versus group? That's interesting. Let's see what happens. They're playing rock, paper, scissors! Oh, no way! So dumb! Oh my. Wait, what's happening? Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's insane, bro. That's so dumb and silly, dude. Oh, but it's funny. They're literally playing rock, paper, scissors. They're trying to kill each other and they're doing rock, paper, scissors now. That's crazy. Oh my, that's so silly. It's so silly. They're going out at 3. Star Wars paper scissors for ya. Should have worked together. Oh snap. Come on, Andor. I don't want you to get stuck here for another episode. Get going. I did not even realize they were on Yavin, dude. That's crazy. It looked like Yavin, anyways. All right, that is it for the second episode. So let's go ahead and stop the timer. Commander Fox says, "What we watching?" It says it in the title, man, bro. Why are you asking like the most obvious questions? Is this a new season of Andor? Yes. Have you been keeping up with anything on the channel lately? Yes, yes, yes. All right. So we got episode 3. I mean, I say after watching that second one, so far it feels like a continuation of season 1, just a year after. I thought by season 1 we're seeing them in the middle of a mission. We're gonna start seeing them do some bad things, but no, bro, it's the same old stuff so far, which is unfortunate. Hopefully it changes, but I mean, he finally got away from them, so maybe he might go and. But he's supposed to be regrouping with Bix, so I bet you they're just gonna meet up and do their thing. So I think we're gonna have to wait for next week for the next another year, right? And hope that we get to start seeing something. I mean, that means if we take this year out, that only leaves 3 more years, man. That's only 3 more arcs. I mean, they can make it work, but they better make those 3 good. Really good. You know? What's going on, Noah? Nice to see you, man. Alright, with that said, let's go ahead and start episode 3. And they literally just tried giving me an ad. Crazy. So I'm not going to be skipping the recap, and I'm not going to be skipping the intro. But before we do, I'm actually going to go get some more water, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Splinley? How's it going? Hello there, man. Yo, Gray, how's it going? It's going good. It's going good. I'm at least being entertained. Like I said, I was kind of comparing the story so far, just a continuation, and I thought they were kind of going for that for the first episode, and then the second episode it just kind of continued, and they didn't really change it. So I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. I'm being entertained, so I mean that's one thing, right? They're not doing any crazy lore breaking stuff. I just feel like there's so much wasted time for what they could be doing, which, like I said, the whole point of the story of Andor, the whole interesting part, was going to be Andor doing bad things for the good rebellion. And I feel like we haven't seen one darn thing yet. And, there's only 3 more arcs after this. So, I don't know, man. We'll just see what happens. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are you giving it? I don't know. We still got to watch the 3rd episode. But, I mean, the first 2 episodes are good. I'm not saying they're bad. They're good. I mean, they definitely made me laugh. I still cannot believe, bro, that they settled their fight in a Star Wars rock, paper, scissors battle. Like, what are we watching, bro? They were trying to kill each other, and they're like, all right, let's put our weapons down. Come on. Rock, paper, scissors out of 3. Like, what? Insane. It's so silly. Like, I can't help but to laugh. Like, honestly, it's like, I don't know if that's a Star Wars thing or not. I just know that that's so silly, dude, that I've just got to laugh at that. I mean, how can you not? How can you not? It's so silly. So civilized, dude, for real though. Like, they literally were like trying to they did kill each other. They were killing each other, man, these two sides. And then they like, finally, they were both getting hungry, right? And afraid that they were going to kill each other. And they're like, okay, all right. Let's put our weapons in the air, kind of have this truce. All right, let's go ahead and drop our weapons slowly. I thought maybe someone was going to screw it up and someone was going to pull the trigger, right? But no, they all put their weapons down. They start doing rock, paper, scissors. It's crazy. Anyways, is Andor good? I've never tried watching it. Yeah, I mean, could it be better? Absolutely. Like, it could be a lot better in terms of the story. But it is good. I enjoyed the first season. Out of all the Star Wars shows, Andor has been the one where I actually liked it. I mean, that's one. And they didn't have, like, a bunch of lore-breaking stuff. Like, it actually fits within the lore. I have a couple nitpicks, but that's what they are. They're, a couple little nitpicky problems that feel kind of earthly to it, within kind of, like, a Star Wars world. And some of the decisions doesn't really make sense. Like, I think one of them from season 1, one example would be like, I wouldn't say this is one of the nitpicks, but this is one of the story things that just didn't make sense to me. When, I don't remember what episode it was, but Andor basically said to his mom, like, all right, let's get out of here. This is when he came back, right? I just hit a huge score. Let's go. And she ends up telling him, you have to go, I have to stay, and he ends up going to that, like, beach planet, and then he gets taken to jail, right? But to me, what he was telling her is, let's just go on a peaceful planet where there's no empire, like, the empire hasn't touched it yet. So it's kind of funny that he brought that up, and then he goes to the beach planet where the empire is all over the place. It's like, why? That makes no sense. They just did that for the sake of the story because he had to get arrested. And that, to me, just did not make sense, especially when he brought it up in the episode of like, hey, let's get away from this. And he's literally rich and he can go anywhere. And then he decides to go to a place where there's the Empire thing. It's just weird. It's just super weird. Out of all the places he could have went, like, things like that within the story, that didn't happen a whole lot, but there was a few times. And then, like I said, there was some other nitpicky things. But that's besides the point. Overall, I thought it was good. I enjoyed Andor Season 1. I think depending on... I was waiting for the whole show to be done, right? Because I don't like judging it just off of one season. And since this is the final season, I basically left it up to season 2. I think depending on how season 2 goes, it could get my personal canon stamp of approval, or it could not. It really is up to this season. Are they going to mess it up, or are they going to start taking the direction that they should have started to take in Andor season 1? They started to get my hopes up a little bit. Not, I wouldn't say hopes up, but they showed me that they know what we want by saying, hey, every 3 episodes is going to be taking place within 1 year. And then that's going to happen on every 3 episodes. So every arc, right? So it's going to take place over another 4 years and lead into Rogue One, which is great, right? Because we want to see Andor through the years, and we want to see Andor doing those bad things for the rebellion. Hint, hint. But we're not getting that so far in this arc, unfortunately. I was hoping we'd get that. Episode 1 kind of made it seem like we were, but no, he was just doing another mission. It's a year later after season 1, and he's doing the same old stuff. But, hey, man, it is what it is. I understand why with season 1, they tried to, make it before the rebellion so we can understand more of his why. I mean, the show is based off of him, so I can get my head around that. Although I do wish maybe they could have just spent half a season on it rather than the full season. And like I said, I don't think we need to know anything to do with him as a kid, especially if they don't end up touching it in season 2. Like, that would have just been a complete waste in season 1. That didn't add anything. It didn't add any character development. It didn't add. All it did was just explain what Andor was doing on that first original planet when he killed those 2 policemen, right? I'm calling them policemen because I don't even remember the actual term of what they're called, right? But that's basically what they are as police. I think the show even called them police. I could be wrong on that, but I think in the first season they did. But, the only reason why I feel like they brought it up was so that way he could say he was looking for his sister. And then his mom was just like, oh, give up. That's just a fantasy or whatever. And we haven't heard him bring up his sister ever again. And I'm just like, okay, all right, sure. Okay, it's just like, why? It's just weird, man. It's just weird. I don't know why they spent so much time. They spent a whole lot of time on it, but they spent time on it. I'm like, why? All that was just wasted time, in my opinion. They don't have to do that to show the adoption, right? Like, we obviously know that he cares about his mom and the mom cares about him. Like, what else do you got to show? Yeah, it sounds like it could have been cool if he went to the planet that they haven't touched yet, and then maybe they found a reason for them to come there instead of him just going to them. LOL. Yeah, I 100% agree. Anything would have been probably better than what they did, because they literally made it come out of his mouth, and then he does the exact opposite. Like, what? That's kind of weird. Yeah, I might check it out. He's kind of like a Han type of character. Yeah, and here's what I will say about Andor. I'm going to give it some pros here, too, because one of the things I really like about it is the actual rebellion storyline. Because we are watching, and at least even in season 1, we are seeing huge, jumps in how the rebellion really started, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes perfect sense on how they do it, too. And we're seeing those little bit of jumps, not only with Andor being a pivotal role in the start of the entire rebellion, but also Lutheran, I think is his name, right? The guy that starts with the L. I love his character. In fact, I think I like him more than Andor. I think I'd like to see a show with him over Andor, but that's besides the point. Anyways, we're starting to see a lot of him and what he's doing for the rebellion. And now it seems like for the first episode, well, even this second episode, right? It seems like in season 2, them two are teaming up, or they've been teamed up, right? Ever since the end of season 1, which was kind of one of the hook endings that they left, right? And it seems like, oh, they've been working together for a year. Now let's see where we're going to go all the way up into Rogue One. And it makes sense because Lutheran, we know from season 1, is that type of guy who will do, messed up things, but for the sake of the rebellion, for the sake of trying to take out the Empire, right? That's why he's like, you can't really have a conscience, when you're in my position. That's why he was telling Mon Mothma not to do this. And, he's very... You can tell he's good at what he's doing. He's good at what he does. And I like to see that. Very interesting character. I like to see him and Andor doing stuff together because they're both making pivotal roles into the rebellion. And then also, even in season 1, they brought in Saul Guerrero. Apparently, Saul is also going to be in season 2. So we all know that Saul was also a big role in terms of the rebellion. So seeing how that intertwines and meshes together is really nice as well. So overall, I do enjoy the story. I'm really hoping that the last 3 arcs, right? The last 9 episodes really focus on Andor doing some jacked up stuff. Kind of like what we saw Luther do in the first season. But we only saw even a tiny bit of that. I'd like to see a little bit more of like, what did Andor mean when he said in Rogue One that he's done bad things? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we know he killed those 2 guys, but that was more of like a self-defense sort of way. So it's not like he went outright and murdered those guys. So in our point of view, we don't really necessarily see that as like a bad thing, So it's like, when does he do these bad things to help the rebellion, right? Let's find out. Because we also find out in Rogue One, he's willing to kill that guy, no problem, with, what's his name? The Jin's dad, the guy who put the plans in the Death Star, who's like, he's the one who, put the thing where, put the plans in there where it could blow up, sabotage it or whatever. Yeah, I might check it out. Oh, I already read that. Or is he just a completely different? No, I can see him as a Han type character, but I'd even say like even more savage. I think I don't know how to say it. No, not yet. I'm hoping that's what we get to see because that's what that was the point he made in Rogue One, and that was the whole point of the show, or so I thought, right? He's based off of what we know and have seen between Han and between Andor, and based off of what Andor said in Rogue One, if we get to see what he's talking about, then Andor would be more of a because Han didn't really care about the rebellion. They spent all of season 1. I mean, they're different, but they also have similarities, is what I'm trying to say. Because in season 1, they basically built up Andor's why. Why is he going against the Empire? He's a part of the rebellion now. He's fighting for the rebellion. And it's really powerful because even Saul in last season, he called it war. It's war. It is war between the rebellion and the Empire. They are wanting to take these guys down. We are seeing so many people die for just a chance to further the rebellion, to make it bigger, so that way we actually have a shot of taking out the Empire. It's insane, and it's powerful, and it's cool. You know what I mean? I love that aspect of it. I just want to see more of it. I'm tired of the talking about it, you know what I mean? I want to see it, and like we're starting to see that. It's like we're only watched the first 2 episodes. We started to see it with Andor in the middle of a mission, right? This, that, but I want to see more. And who knows? Maybe episode 3 has more of that. Andor just escaped, right? They took a little detour there in that second episode, or really the first one, I guess. He was just still captured, is what I'm trying to say, in the second one. So we'll see what happens in this third one, and then we'll talk about it and just see where we're at. I didn't even know he was in Rogue One. I never watched that, LOL. I heard it's pretty good, though. I honestly need to watch it. Yeah, Rogue One's pretty good. I enjoyed that. I love the George Lucas Star Wars, right? So you got episodes 1 through 6. I love Clone Wars. That's about it. I mean, that's what George Lucas worked on. I love all of that. Although, when it comes to Disney Star Wars, there's very few things I actually liked. Andor Season 1 I liked, but also had a couple problems with it. Not, like I said, not huge, but still iffy on some parts. Rogue One, I enjoyed thoroughly through the entire thing. I didn't have any problems with Rogue One. I don't enjoy it more than the first 6, but I still include it in my canon. One of the very few things I think Disney did right was Rogue One. I think it was a really good movie. Solo was another one where I actually feel like they did good with it, which is funny because going into that, I mean, always go into it with an open mind, but I was still expecting kind of like it to be really bad. I didn't think Solo was going to be good, especially with how they were advertising it and all that other stuff. I really didn't think I was going to like it. And then I loved it. Because even though it may not seem like it going with an open mind, I definitely do. And since I ended up liking it, I mean, I watched it quite a few times, man. But yeah, I consider Solo my personal canon stamp of approval as well. I could see that being in my story. There is like one minor thing, but it's more of a nitpick, and it's like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. Had to do with the Millennium Falcon, but that's besides the point. Overall, I enjoyed the film. They were both good films. I enjoyed most of Tales of the Jedi. And is there anything else I'm missing from Disney Star Wars? Skeleton Crew was interesting. I think I'd put Skeleton Crew at the very bottom of the list of the things I've just mentioned. I still had some problems with it, but overall it wasn't anything lore breaking like all the other shows that they did. I think that's it. I think that's it. I guess I don't like to give Disney credit for Clone Wars season 7 because that's basically what George did. They actually just kind of made a even like worse version of it, in my opinion, because they didn't do exactly what George would have done in that. But yeah, so I don't like to give Disney credit for that, even though I give them credit in terms of them, improving the animation and the things that they did do. But I don't like giving them credit in terms of the lore and story because that was already developed by George Lucas. And then when they try to follow that up with the Bad Batch show, they just ruined it. Mainly because they couldn't come up with a good story with it. They had to write in all these dumb characters. Actually, they wrote in. I mean, they were. Sorry, I say wrote in. Those characters were already developed by George Lucas. We already had an idea of how they were. Hence, season 7 of the Bad Batch. So we already kind of knew how they were. They started off the series good, and then they just kind of changed their characters to be complete idiots, which I don't like to see at all in any movie or show, unless that show is trying to do that. But yeah, I don't like it when they make these characters. You get to learn can't even speak. You get to learn how they are, and then all of a sudden they just completely change out of nowhere when nothing happens. It's like, why is the smart one? Why is Tech, right, who's supposed to be the smartest one, making all the dumb decisions now? Like, it just didn't make sense. Things like that. They just turned Wrecker into a complete idiot as well. Yes, he had some comedic relief always, but it wasn't like to the extent that they kind of wrote him into. He wasn't that type of character. They kind of made them all seem like that, though. Even Hunter, which I didn't like at all. But anyways, that's besides the point. I did like Star Wars Rebels as well. Okay, I guess technically I could put Rebels. I don't know. I can't. No, I can't do that. I can't do that because they introduced time travel. I can't. I thought Rebels was very okay. That's the way I can describe Rebels, right? I know we're getting off topic, but that's okay. We're here to discuss. So, Rebels, I consider okay. I say it's okay because I think they had some phenomenal episodes in them, but I think the phenomenal episodes were the ones that were based off of the Clone Wars and what George has made, except for maybe 2 of them. And then the ones that were really cool and were phenomenal, they also had the dumb stuff in them too. Like, I love the ones with Maul and Ahsoka and Vader and all of that stuff in the Sith Temple, all that great stuff in the Holocron, super great stuff. And then they still got the stupid Inquisitors, can't stand them. And then you got the dumb Inquisitors that are flying with their dumb sabers. Don't get me started on that. And then you've got, like I said, you got time travel and all that other stuff. Although I'm gonna give them credit for 2 episodes that I did like, that didn't have any connection to what George did. Still, the concept was there, right? But in terms of them actually being creative, it was the Bendu episode, and it was the one where Kanan sacrificed himself. Those 2 were the only ones that I felt like that I can remember off the top of my head that didn't have any Clone Wars link and was creative and made sense and wasn't the casual, let's go on a side quest because our ship ran out of gas and we need to go do this. That was like Rebels was very rinse repeat. So most of the episodes felt like very okay to me. It was very average. It was kind of more so filler rather than actually developing more lore and character development. I mean, dang, Ezra could have died and I wouldn't have cared. Hera could have died. I wouldn't have cared. I'm surprised I even cared about what's his name, Kanan, when he died. But yeah, they definitely did some stupid stuff and was more of a casual filler show. Yeah. So like I said, I think they had some good stuff. They had some bad stuff. I call it a roller coaster, ups and downs, right? But yeah, I can't pass the overall show as my personal canon stamp of approval, unfortunately. I think the biggest thing that comes to mind is the time travel aspect in World of Worlds. Great concept, horrible execution, horrible execution. Yeah, oof, they really messed up there, and they continued that horrible execution in their newer shows. Like apparently they did that in Ahsoka. Ill. I mean, Ahsoka died. Like that's the thing. They killed off Ahsoka in Rebels, and they brought her back to life. And then now, after Episode 6, she's alive and well. And it's just like they just mess it up when they do stuff like that. Like keep them dead, man. Keep them dead. Unless there's an actual reason, an actual strong reason as to why they're still alive, then okay. But quit just tossing everyone in a back to tank and everyone's fine. I'm so sick of that. That or a back to stick or a back to shot or back to whatever. Like I'm done with the dumb bacta and I'm done with the dumb time travel. Write better stories. That's where I'm at. Anyways, that's why we stopped doing the watch parties for a while because their stories were just bad. They were just bad. Not even from a Star Wars yes, they were bad from a Star Wars perspective, but in general, if you try to watch the movie or show, their stories were just bad. Like they weren't entertaining. So that's why I stopped the watch parties. But Skeleton Crew basically gave me a speckle of evidence to come back. And then all the stuff they've been saying about Andor and the Andor trailer, which we already know that we can't go off their trailers. But I was like, you know what? I enjoyed Andor Season 1. Let me come back and give them the shot for Andor Season 2. So far, I'm enjoying it, but we'll see. Anyways, that's enough of me talking. We'll talk more after Episode 3. Let's get into Episode 3 in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're about synced right here. Yeah, I wonder if that planet was Yavin. Because it looks like it. But technically, I guess it could be a different planet as well. It would be interesting, though, if that did happen on Yavin. I could see it. I feel like Andor also has, like, the longest title sequence in any of their shows or movies. Like, it is actually long. Cool, but long. Andor Season 2. Title's still going on. Spinley says, yeah, I'm really hoping they do the mall show good. If they mess it up, I'm going to be really disappointed. I agree. I agree with you there. All right, great. Hope you enjoyed the episode, brother. I'll check back in a few. All right, sounds good, man. Little endgame sequence here, maybe? He's just floating in space? Out of fuel or something? Or is he just chilling? That is a cool shot, though. Not sure, like, I don't understand why you had to hotwire it. That was kind of weird. Felt like they kind of just did that to be funny of, like, him spinning. I don't know. That didn't really make much sense to me. I knew she was gonna respond like that. It's where honesty gets you. You don't tell them what they want to hear. That's how they react. I respect my Mothma a lot, though. Doing a bunch of hard stuff, man. Telling the truth. Although I wish she would listen to what's his face more. Lutheran or whatever. Am I pronouncing his name right? I don't know. Hey man, no sweat off your back, Mon Mothma. You did your part. It's on her. It's her decision now. You told her. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Like, what does this have to do with this story? Like, I get why it's happening, but like, why are we having to waste so much time in the first arc on this wedding? Like, can't you just be like, oh, they got married? Like, big whoop. There's only 12 episodes. Why do they waste time on stuff like this? I don't know. It's just me, but it's moments like this where I'm just like, why waste the time? It has such good potential. And now we're back to these two people. Oh my. Sheesh. We waste so much time on junk like this. Like, why do we need any of this? This is not world building. This is lazy world building. This is like, I'm not sure how else to build a world, so let's do this. Boring. See, all it takes is saving her life, and then she all of a sudden likes you. That'll do it. Because she didn't want anything to do with this guy in season 1 until he saved her. Oh. I feel like this dude just kind of turns like is getting turned into a comedy, like a silly type slapstick sort of comedy. I guess not slapstick, but I don't know. It's kind of a unique, interesting type of silliness. Alright, now it just got real. Let's get it. Chop, 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 chop. Yep, they did use the word police. Yep. Oh my goodness, what am I watching, bro? Boring. Bro, does anyone really want to see this, though? I mean, if there's any more of a wedding we wanted to see, we would want to see Anakin and Padme's. Because Star Wars, that's their story. It follows Anakin Skywalker. This is the Andor show. We're supposed to be following Andor. And somehow we're following Mon Mothma's kid who is getting married. Like, what are we doing here? Once again, more wasted potential in the first arc, and they hype up season 2 like it's some crazy, phenomenal masterpiece. How much time's left on the episode? About 20 minutes in. Let's get going, man. The Andor stuff is actually entertaining. Why don't we go follow him? The only reason why I'm interested in the wedding stuff is because Lutheran's there. Because I know he's gonna end up trying to kill that like senator or whatever. The guy that started with the T. I don't know if his name is Tam or something else, but something like that. No, he's gonna be saying goodbye to that one chick. Yep. What do you know, bro? I could have predicted this, dude. Come on. No one cares about that boy's love story either. Oh my. They're trying to insert way too many love stories in this thing, bro. That's not what Andor's about. Like, come on. No one cares about these characters though. Like, I'm sorry, but like who really does? Except for the weird fanboys. Is that a blaster? How could you have a blaster? Oh my. That's why you listen to him. I knew it. No, she wouldn't have. Uh-huh, sure. He's gonna kill him. You know exactly what he's saying. That's right, though. I mean, it is. I see the symbolism in it, though. You know, I do. I just don't think it was necessary to spend their time on that. Like, even though there's the wedding and stuff going on, there's still a war at midst. You know, still being fought, still being through all this. That's so dumb. Why would you go outside? Hide. Don't be dumb. That was dumb. She should have just hid. Why wouldn't you just hide? I mean, it's one of those thought processes where it's like, if he doesn't kill him, then all the people that have died up to that point are the ones who have risked their lives and have, died for the mission and for the cause. It'd almost be for like nothing, you know? That's where it's like, with that mindset of where Lutheran's at, you know what I mean? That's why it's like, I can't stop now, sort of deal, you know? That's why he's like, you can't have a conscience in that position. Crazy scream. Oh my. Those screams though. He hit his own head on the pig. Oh my. Bro, like hide in the grass a little bit. I've been like crouch running. See, I kind of even like that guy, but I don't feel anything that he died. So imagine the characters I don't even like. just all that character development just never even paid off. And there we are. Episode 3. We can go ahead and pause the timer there. That one was definitely more adult. I feel like they are able to keep all the same themes in. I just think they could have done it in a more vaguish or more kid-friendly way-ish. I'm not saying it's what they did was necessarily bad. Just a couple of the vibes sometimes is just more so suspicions at what they might do. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Overall entertaining though. Like I said, with some boring parts at times, but overall entertaining. I'm glad we can kind of get the show on the road now. Hopefully with this next arc. But yeah, man, it's Andor is just a different vibe. Andor's definitely a different vibe. I do like a lot of the what's the word I'm looking for? I guess human nature elements, right? The lessons and say lessons. Just you can definitely tell that Tony Gilroy definitely understands the nature of humanity in these complex relationships sometimes, right? You can definitely see that in these stories sprinkled throughout, which is cool to see. I always like seeing that stuff. But yeah, I don't know what else to say other than Andor is just a different vibe, man. Andor is definitely a different vibe. I'm not saying it's a bad vibe. I'm just saying it's a different vibe. And normally Star Wars as a whole, you can get different feelings from it, but normally Star Wars is its own vibe. And it feels like it's kind of doing something new and trying to create its own vibe, but like in addition to Star Wars. Like it's still within the Star Wars universe, but it doesn't feel like that normal Star Wars vibe. And it kind of feels like it's trying to add another. I don't even know how to explain it, man. It's just. They're just trying to make something new work in this Star Wars universe. You know, it feels that way, anyways. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we kind of talked most of what we were going to talk about after episode 2. But I mean, yeah, I thought overall it was good. Like I said, I had a few moments where it felt kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just because of what Disney has done in the past with some of their shows and movies and past Star Wars projects. Like I have some suspicious thoughts on what they might do, but I don't even want to go there if that's not even the case. I might be jumping the gun there, but if it happens, then I'll be like, "Yep, I saw it." Even from like season 1, there's been a couple things, but I'm just gonna see how it plays out, and we'll see what actually happens. But yeah, that's the biggest thing I can kind of say is that Andor is just a different vibe. And I can get with it so far. You know, I don't. It's tough, man, because when Star Wars does have this vibe, and you go against that grain and you're trying to make a new vibe, it just feels more like a take on Star Wars rather than it being within the Star Wars universe, if that kind of makes sense. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing a bad job of articulating it. I think I gotta watch more and think about this a little bit more. I think I gotta just finish the season, right? I think I gotta finish the season to see where they're going with a lot of this, and then once the whole thing is completed and it's out there, then I could probably articulate what I'm saying better, because I don't want to explain everything I'm thinking right now, because like I said, I don't want to jump the gun on if they're not going that direction, because right now it's just kind of suspicions and predictions of like what I think they're going to do in future arcs and stuff like that. And so far I've been wrong in terms of you know, where I was hoping they'd take the story of Andor doing bad things for the good of the rebellion. We're getting that side of Luther, but not Andor, which is what the show's about. But other than that, like I said, some of the boring parts, I kind of mentioned it throughout, right? Throughout the episode. It just feels like a lot of wasted time, if that makes sense, you know? Really entertaining parts, but also really wasted time throughout as well. Other than that, I mean, yo, what's going on, Southern? Perfect time, man. But yeah, I mean, that kind of sums up my first thoughts of it all. Definitely interesting. We'll just kind of wait for the next season that comes out the same time next Tuesday. So we'll be doing the same thing. Doing a watch party for the next 3 episodes. I really hope the next arc focuses on Andor, right? And him doing the bad things for the rebellion. But, I mean, I guess we'll see, right? We'll see what happens. What's going on, Southern? You having a good night? Obviously, I didn't do the Great Plays game stream today. That's because I didn't want to feel rushed doing it. I was wanting to do like a 4-hour stream, but when that wasn't happening, I was like, I didn't want to just hop on it for an hour and a half. So I was like, I didn't want to rush it. I'm like, you know what? I'll just do one Friday. So we'll be doing a Republic Commando stream on this channel, and then we'll be doing a Great Plays game stream. We'll be doing the Triple Threat Challenge, doing Finals, Warzone or Apex, probably Warzone, and then Marvel Rivals. So how was it? I mean, it was entertaining. It was kind of like what I was just saying. Andor's just a different vibe, you know? Um, if I had to compare the first 3 episodes of season 1 and the first 3 episodes of season 2, I think I'd prefer the season 2 one, even with all the wasted time. Man, they're just so hit and miss. I feel like they're just very ups and downs. It's not really. I don't see consistency in any of their shows really. Even in Andor, I'm liking Andor. Anything. I haven't seen anything lore breaking, but it just feels different. Like it kind of feels like Star Wars. Like it feels like they're doing it in the Star Wars universe, but it doesn't really feel like Star Wars. And I think that's just because they're going for something kind of different. And that's, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You know, it's just different. It's hard to say without knowing what they're going to do for the rest of the season, right? But let me put it this way. Rogue One had that Star Wars vibe. And they were still able to make it a darker movie overall because, you know, all the good guys die. There's countless examples with Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith and Empire Strikes Back, right? Where it can still feel like Star Wars and still have that darker vibe to it. Like I said, Disney's done it. They did it with Rogue One. This show does not feel like it's in the same realm of Rogue One. Like, it does in the sense that it's Andor, right? We're dealing with the same character. But if you take that out, does it really feel like it's following that same vibe, that same formula? I don't know. I don't think it does. And yeah, it's been good. That's good. Glad to hear that, man. Sorry I couldn't quite catch your opinions. No, it's all good, man. We were kind of breaking it up after episodes anyways. We talked a lot more after the second episode. I feel like that's where most of our discussion kind of took place. We talked a little bit after episode 1, and then I kind of gave my thoughts a little bit off of episode 3. Overall, it was entertaining. I'm with it. But obviously, boring parts came with it. A lot of wasted parts. Like, I can kind of get my head around, I guess. Like, I wouldn't want it. But I can maybe understand all this fluff if there's like a ton of episodes, but there's not. There's 12. We're dealing with 4 arcs here. Every 3 episode takes place in the span of a year, which I gotta be honest, that did not feel like no year. Especially when Andor is like, hey, I was turned around for 2 days. That was like, bro, that was like 2 to 3 days. Like it was like each episode was a day, pretty much. That's kind of what it felt like. It was like over the course of 3 to 4 days, like max, like not even a week. But now we're gonna jump a whole nother year to episode 4, which is needed. Don't get me wrong, it's needed, but it's only needed because they're not showing the darn stuff they're supposed to be showing. So it's like, why are they wasting their time with Mon Mothma's daughter's wedding? Like, bro, who cares? Like, if anybody wanted to watch a wedding, we'd go watch Anakin and Padme's, dude. Even then, that was only a small part of the movie at the very end. See how they were able to show and not really tell in a short amount of time, and they got the point across? Like, do they not understand that they can do that even in a show? I mean, I understand the show is supposed to be a different vibe than a movie, but there's just so much wasted potential, man. So you're saying that it strays too far from what Star Wars should be? I don't know. I wouldn't say that, right? Because I don't want to say it's like it's so not Star Wars, because you do feel like it is in the Star Wars universe. It just feels like a different vibe. I don't know if I keep using the word vibe, but I don't know a better word to describe that. Like, it just doesn't feel the same as a lot of the Star Wars material that we're used to. It has a different feeling and vibe to it than Clone Wars or the George Lucas movies, or even the Disney movies, like with Rogue One and Solo. Just with the music design as well. By the way, the CG was great. I gotta say, the CG, boy, I didn't see any like bad CG on my end here, so overall very good in that aspect. But like I said, they definitely understand human nature, man. They're definitely nailing it. It's just a lot of that stuff's kind of assumed in Star Wars, not really diving down deep, right? Like we got to see Mon Mothma get drunk and just start dancing and partying to the upbeat music, right? Like she's just trying to forget and get that junk out of her head that her friend that she knew forever is gonna get murdered over the greater good of the rebellion, and she's gonna feel responsible because she didn't listen to Luther, right? And am I pronouncing his name right? Luther? I don't know. I feel like I'm mispronouncing his name. The guy that started the L. The cool guy. I want to call him the cool guy. He's the only interesting character other than Andor, okay? So I'm just going to call him the cool guy. All right? He's cool, man. I don't know what else to say. I'd rather see a show about him, to be honest. Because he not only crosses paths with Andor, I'm sure he has all these other connections, like we've seen him and Saw, right? Saw Gerrera. So I would love to see a show based off of him, but we're not gonna get that. Anyways, yeah, like they shouldn't even make a show designated off of a person anymore because they never follow that method. They should just make a show like based off of the rebellion. Find a creative name and go through the startings and inner workings of the rebellion. That's kind of what this show is. It's not really about Andor. Like, it's only following parts of Andor's story because he is in certain moments of the start. Certain pivotal moments of the start of the rebellion and things of that nature. They're not just following Andor. I mean, they kind of make it seem like that in season 1, but they never finished that idea. They never. Like I said, the show's not done, so maybe I should just shut up. We'll just see where it goes, right? There's still another 9 episodes left. So maybe they might bring it back when he was a kid and follow it up with that. But, I mean, so far, we haven't gotten anything from him being a kid. Like, all that from season 1 has been going nowhere. So, I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, it's just a different vibe. I mean, like I said, I don't want to say it's like outside of the Star Wars universe because it does feel like it is Star Wars still, but not the Star Wars that we're used to. And like I said, I think that's just because they are in these different on all these different planets and dealing with light speed, and we're dealing with droids, and we're dealing with characters that we do know within Star Wars. And they're relating it to the Empire, right? And we're seeing the Stormtroopers and the ISB, and we're seeing the inner workings of that, mentions of Palpatine, right? And the Death Star, and we're seeing all these things. So it's like, it definitely feels like Star Wars in that aspect, right? In terms of it being in the world. It doesn't just feel like a random space movie. Like, basically, if I didn't know, like, if they did not have the Star Wars name attached to it and they just had Andor and I saw this, I would obviously know that this is in the Star Wars universe, right? It's just, I've never watched any movie or show that has given me this sort of vibe. I'm going to go with the word vibe until I see the rest of the show. I could probably articulate what I'm saying better if I finish the show, but I don't know where they're going to go with it. I think I know where they're going, but then again, these 3 episodes showed me that I don't know because I was hoping these first 3 were going to be about Andor doing bad things for the rebellion. So, shows you how much I know. I mean, I guess you could say it's Star Wars from a brand new perspective, if that makes sense. Yeah, agreed, 100%. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. And I honestly, Skeleton Crew kind of falls in that category as well. And you know what? Maybe that's Disney's sweet spot. Maybe that's their sweet spot that they should operate in. Because every time they feel like every time they try and go for that original vibe, they fail horribly because they don't know the lore. But every time it seems like that they're trying to not go with the grain, and they kind of go with the grain, but they're switching it up a little bit, and they try and have a different feel to it, and they are trying a lot of new things like Andor and like Skeleton Crew, where they don't really have to touch too much on the lore. Then they're not breaking it, right? Because if they're not having to mess with the lore, there's nothing to break, right? So it could work. In other words, what we're saying is it could work within the Star Wars universe in the canonical, right, timeline of events. Like, I could see this happening. But at the same time, if you do like Star Wars and you do like the Clone Wars, there's a chance you might not like this show because it is a different feel, right? So there's pros to it and there's cons to it. But I think this is a sweet area because I think if you're open to new Star Wars sort of vibes and they have good stories, because I will say this, Andor so far has been a good story. Overall, the stories that they are showing has been good. Yes, there's some stupid ones in there. Yes, there's some boring ones in there. But overall, I can get past some, like even Clone Wars had some like not so great ones, right? But as long as the overall experience of it is pretty good, most people will kind of sit through the boring parts, like myself. I mean, I can't stand one of George Lucas's. Sorry, I can't stand one of George Lucas's favorite arcs in the Clone Wars. I don't know if you guys know this, but one of George's favorite arcs in the Clone Wars was that droid episode. I think it was in season 5. That whole droid arc with that one like frog general with the two eyes poking out with Gregor and everything. Gregor definitely made that arc a little bit better. But the whole first part of that arc, I could not stand it. I did not like it. Right? I thought it was definitely one of the worst arcs ever done in Clone Wars. This is one of George's favorites, apparently. But I still love Clone Wars overall because it was like, yeah, even though that itself was a bad arc, everything else was like really good. It wasn't necessarily bad in terms of it wasn't entertaining. It just definitely was one of the least entertaining ones, if that makes sense, right? And overall point being, I'm okay with some boring stuff, I guess. I'd rather it not have it, right? And that's the thing with Clone Wars. Clone Wars had a lot of episodes, though. You know what I mean? Each season had, like, 22 episodes about? So we had a lot of Clone Wars. So if an arc or two didn't hit as much, it's like, it's not a huge deal. But if an arc doesn't hit here in Andor, it is a big deal because that's like a quarter of their show, you know? Like, we just watched a quarter of their second final season, you know? So it just feels even more of a waste in this aspect because they're not having that many episodes. But anyways, yeah. Getting a little off topic, but anyways. I mean, I guess you could say it's Star Wars from a brand new... I already read that, my bad. We almost got Revan and Anakin versus Boba. Sadness. Yeah, dude. Like I said, if we're comparing it to how George... You know, what George was doing, it's not even a close comparison. Like, I don't... Anybody who would say that they'd prefer Disney over George Lucas, I would really like to debate them. And I can't... I'm saying... I would like to say that I could be proved wrong, like in an open-minded sense, but I think the evidence just is there where it's like, dude, how could you say that? You know, between George's live-action Underworld show and him continuing Clone Wars, and those two projects alone, I think, would have overall been better. Plus the sequel trilogy, like, there's plenty of things that we have known about, right? Imagine the things we didn't know about, right? Those are just 3 things. His sequel trilogy, his live-action Underworld show, and his Clone Wars, right? If we took just those 3 things and compared it to everything with Disney, I don't understand why anyone would pick Disney over what we would have gotten there, to be honest with you. I cannot see the reasoning in that. Unless they just like Disney Star Wars more. And if that's the case, then I'd like to argue that you don't like Star Wars then. Because the original Star Wars, what Star Wars is, well, not, I guess not anymore because Disney owns the rights, right? But basically what Star Wars was, if we're talking about pre-Disney, right? It was George Lucas's story. And if you didn't like George Lucas's story, then you don't like Star Wars. You might like parts of it, right? That's why I never understood people that, well, I understood them, but what they were saying didn't make sense. Like, basically, the people that would love the original trilogy and they hated the prequel trilogy and they thought George ruined Star Wars. And it's like, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. That just means you don't like the whole thing of Star Wars. You only like parts of it, because how could you tell the creator that he did it wrong? That makes no sense. That's like us telling God, no, God, you got it wrong because we don't like something. That's so backwards. No, the creator sets what goes. So technically, and this is what I mean, like from an objective standpoint, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, is what I'm saying making sense? Where it's like, if George set this, right, and whatever you don't like that George did, that's okay. You're entitled to that. I respect that. That's fine. But you can't say that he doesn't know Star Wars. That's his story that he's telling, you know? So no one knows it better than he does. You know what I mean? Because he is creating it. So if you don't like something, then you don't like Star Wars. So that's where I come from in the context of Disney Star Wars fans, where it's like, oh, I love Disney Star Wars. Well, is it really Star Wars though? Because so much of what Disney Star Wars has done has went against what George put to begin with. So it is very possible for people to be like me, where we're Star Wars fans, but we're not Disney Star Wars fans. So technically, factually, in terms of ownership, Disney's is now the owners of Star Wars, right? And now they get to create what they want to create, and you know, whatever they say goes, I guess, right? But now there's that discretion of, okay, I like Star Wars, but I don't like Star Wars, right? Like, you like the original, how it was meant to be, but you don't like how this false creator, in a sense, right? Because it isn't in the hands of the original creator. It's in the hands of people who liked Star Wars, and maybe sorry, I misspoke. Not just liked Star Wars, but some of them even hate it, right? Like, people that are working on this franchise have, like, it's a mix of people who liked it, who love it, who hate it, who don't like it, who haven't seen it. It's a mix. So how could it be the same? It's not, right? So that's kind of where I'd come from in terms of that debate of, like, how could you choose Disney Star Wars over George Lucas Star Wars? Because Disney Star Wars isn't really Star Wars. It's a new sort of Star Wars that Disney has created. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic here, and I don't even know if I'm making sense anymore. It makes sense to me, but yeah, I'm also, you know, a little, what's the word? Behind on some sleep through Star Wars Celebration, even before that, really. But anyways, I mean, I guess you could say, man, I've tried to, like, read that same comment like 3 times. I don't know why. My eyes just keep going to it. I think that most Disney Star Wars fans I've seen never really cared or watched the GL Star Wars. Oh, George Lucas Star Wars, gotcha. Which, now that I think about it, makes a whole lot of sense. Right, I 100% agree. And that's another thing I wanted to bring up too with it is, that's kind of exactly what I was talking about though. Is they are seeing the Disney version of Star Wars, that filtered version where it's like, it's not the original Star Wars. It's not actually Star Wars, right? But that's all they've seen. So it's Star Wars to them, right? I know people like that. I know people who love the sequel trilogy because that's all they saw. And in fact, it's super unfortunate because I told this person, do not watch the sequel trilogy first, because I knew this would happen. Because that's how our minds work, right? When you are exposed to something new and there is no, especially like a universe like Star Wars, where it reinvents things, right? And it has its own lore, and it has its own science to it, and it has its own rules and things of that nature. when your first exposure to it is going to be, that's how it is, right? Like, ooh, do I like this or do I not? You know? So when you see the sequel trilogy, there's nothing to contradict. So how could you dislike it? You know? So, of course they're going to like the sequel trilogy. And then when they go and watch the prequels and originals, then they might say, oh, well, why didn't they do this? Why didn't do this? Why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do this? Not realizing that, hey, well, it wasn't supposed to be like that in general. This is how it was supposed to be. They messed up in the sequel trilogy, making you think that this was possible, when in reality it's not, you know? And that's what happened. That person, I showed them the prequel trilogy, and they're like they loved it, but at the same time, their first exposure was a sequel. So they asked me questions of like, wait a second, why is this person dying? Why can't they be force sealed, right? And it's a great question on their part. It's just an unfortunate thing, man. It is what it is, right? And there are people that do, like I said, and what I mean by that is like, in terms of people, like to my original point, right? In terms of people actually, if they had the choice of Disney Star Wars or George Lucas Star Wars, the people that would have to answer that would have to be the ones that have seen it all. Like, you'd have to know Disney Star Wars and you'd have to know George Lucas Star Wars. Out of those people, what would you prefer? And the people that are still choosing Disney, then I believe they weren't Star Wars fans. They might have liked things about Star Wars, but they didn't obviously like the original creator's vision, because Disney Star Wars has so blatantly and obviously went against the creator. So if you like what the opposite of what the creator has done, then you're not gonna like, and you're choosing that over what the creator has made. Then you really don't like Star Wars, do you? You like this version of Star Wars now. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm just going nuts. Makes sense to me. Swinley, how was the episode? It was good. It was good. I mean, I was entertained. Had boring parts, but I mean, what episode of Andor pretty much hasn't had some wasted time? You know what I mean? Yeah, Disney Star Wars is such a downgrade from the original. Right. And that's the point I'm trying to make, right? Is like the open-minded of me wants to say like, okay, maybe some Disney Star Wars fan who's seen both maybe could make a good argument. But could they really, objectively speaking, right? Like, I don't think they could. I don't think they could, because we have the creator on one hand versus an off-brand. You know? Even if Disney did do good with it, let's say everything they made was good. Like, it still wouldn't be the same as the original creator. And if you are saying no to that, then you don't like what the creator has made. And in return, you aren't like a Star Wars fan if there's, you know, things like that. I mean, maybe I'm using the wrong term in saying not a Star Wars fan, right? Because I guess you could still be a Star Wars fan if you like some things about a franchise and also dislike it. But when you're moving to that standpoint as a fan saying that's not Star Wars, then you're not a Star Wars fan, right? Because when you're saying that, you're saying you know better than the creator of the person who made Star Wars. It makes no sense. Like I said, that's me going to God and our creator and saying, yo, bro, listen up. You messed up because I don't like what you did here. Like, no, God sets the rules, not me. The creation doesn't set the rules, the creator does, right? It's that sort of logical thinking. It's very basic, you know, if you just kind of think through that. I love Star Wars. I really dislike Disney and their mentality and the way they handle business, at least post 2005. I mean, technically Disney did not have it and own it in 2005. They didn't get it till 2012. But I 100% agree with you, and I'm with you on that. I mean, for those that have been here on the channel, y'all know I hate Disney Star Wars, right? Like, I would have George Lucas having Star Wars any day. Not just from a Star Wars standpoint, but even from a story perspective. George Lucas made way more, but like better stories and had such variety and creativity over Disney. You know, love Andor and Mandalorian are what is good, and it's the most unlike Disney. I mean, I'd say Mando season 3 is very much Disney, and Mando season 2. I was with the Mandalorian on the first 2 seasons, man. Like I was cool with it the first season, but I was wanting more. It was very slow paced. Um, it was at a very slow pace, man. It was like what 8 episodes, if I'm not mistaken, or was it 16? It was 8 or 16. I don't know. Regardless, I remember season 1. I enjoyed it, but it still felt. I don't want to say slow. Maybe slow is the wrong word. I meant slow. No, slow is the right word, but in a different context. The episodes themselves weren't necessarily slow. It was just the overall main story of what the Mandalorian was going for at the time was slow. And what I mean by that is they were taking a lot of side quests and detours. They were doing a lot of what Rebels did, right? They weren't just focusing on what was at hand, which is what Clone Wars did like amazingly, right? They had so many crazy cool main storylines that they were able to follow and finish, you know, versus when you have like shows like Mandalorian and Andor, typically there's only like 1 or 2 main storylines, and it can change. There can always be more, but they would make that one main storyline take all season, if not 2 seasons, which would be fine as long as every episode was about it, right? I think a great example is Breaking Bad, right? Breaking Bad is one of those shows. Oh, watch it through VidAngel. Not recommending the show if you watch it without VidAngel, right? Yeah, but what was so good about that show is every episode was progressing world building, character development, and the main storyline. Always, except for one episode with The Fly. And guess who made that? Rian Johnson, the creator of The Last Jedi. And that was more of a comedic episode, right? But like one episode out of the whole thing, not a big deal. But you notice that, you know what? Because when you go to rewatch something, the rewatchability is going to be a make or break thing, right? So with Breaking Bad, since they focused on the main story, a lot of people are able to rewatch that and enjoy it over and over again until you get to the Fly episode. And you're like, you know what? I've already seen that once. I don't need to see that again, you know? Unless you're really wanting a good laugh. But, I mean, it's every time you watch it, the less funny it gets, right? So the rewatchability in that episode, the one episode that didn't have anything to do with the main story, obviously went down in rewatchability, you see? So I forgot where I was going with this. I had a point, but I totally brain farted. Anyways, that's my opinion anyways, following everything for the past 25 years. I agree with you, Jay. I agree with you, man. I'm with you on that. I think we're all in the same boat in terms of George Lucas versus Disney Star Wars. I'm just talking about those people that do disagree with me. I'd like to hear your reasoning because I feel like I made some pretty good valid points. So, Force Heal, yeah. Right. Force Heal was just one of the many questions that person asked me, right? There was a lot of other things as well. I mean, how can you not? When you see things that you see in The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, it's like, it makes no sense. Like, for example, if you see that ship going into light speed, and in reality, they're just going really, really fast, and you can take a little ship breaking their entire fleet, right? Their entire dreadnought, or whatever it was. I mean, bother knowing the actual pronunciation name that Disney calls it anymore. Who cares? It's like when they go to watch the Clone Wars show, they're like, well, why don't they just send a bunch of empty ships? You know what I mean? It's like, it's so silly. It's so silly, man. Yeah, you are right. This is the way everyone that loves Star Wars thinks. Okay. I'm glad I'm not, going crazy, but okay. That's good. Get some confirmation there. Hopefully Kathleen leaving after this year will improve things. Just give it back to George, please. Unfortunately, that won't happen. They're still making money off these chumps. I guess I guess I'm one of those chumps, right? Like, technically I have a Disney Plus subscription. Not intentionally, though. Not intentionally. I could have sworn I canceled it, but apparently it renewed. I wasn't supposed to have it right now because I was done. I was done with them. But it already renewed it for the whole dang year, man. I was like, all right. I made sure I canceled it this time though. So once October hits, I lose access to it. I don't want to be giving them money for the trash they're putting out. But because the only reason why I had it to begin with was for Clone Wars. Not the stuff they made, the stuff that George made. They just own the rights to it, so they get to put it on their platform. But I'm like, you know what? With all the money I'm putting out on Disney Plus each year, I might as well just stink and buy them on DVD. Like, for real. Seriously, that was my mentality. I'm like, because I'll make my money back within 3 years. I'm like, I don't know. Unless, like I said, we have it right now, so we can watch Andor or whatever, But we'll see what happens. I don't really watch anything else on Disney Plus, right? Maybe some old Pixar movies, but even then, I might as well just buy them on DVD. I'm getting to the point where I want everything physical anyways, because we're moving more and more into the digital realm, and they can remove access whenever they want, so, yeah. Unfortunately, though, I really don't think Kathleen Kennedy leaving is going to change too much. I hope it does, but her leaving isn't leaving. She's not leaving. She's just stepping down from the presidential position. She's still going to be involved. She's still going to have a voice. It's even if she was completely off of all the projects. Let's say she was 100% fired, blacklisted, all that, right? Let's just go along those thoughts, which is not going to happen. But let's just play that sort of thinking and see what happens. Do we really think it's going to change? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because everyone who Kathleen Kennedy thought was a good person for these positions or whatever are already there. The people, all those connections, they're already there. They've already got jobs at Lucasfilm. They're set. They're already doing what they want to do. And unfortunately, if we're going to want to see a change in Star Wars, people have to do one of two things. Actually, no, it comes down to one. Here's the root issue. People have to put their money where their mouth is. And people love luxury, pleasure. They don't like to... It's not even that hard, but people want what they want, man. And a lot of times people don't even know what they want. As silly as that sounds, but trust me, on some level that is true. And people just have to put their money where their mouth is. If the majority of people don't like Star Wars, then don't go support them. Don't support them. That way they see they follow where the money's at, man. So obviously, if they're making money off this stuff, then why would they listen to us? What they're doing is working, But there's so many people that won't put their money where their mouth is, and they'll just keep paying it out, And then the people that like it, I mean, they're obviously paying them. People got so much money, I guess, they don't even know what to do with it. I don't know. I don't got that dough, but hey, man. Everybody's different, But I'm just saying, if people got to put their money where their mouth is for things to change. If that is true, right? If the majority of Star Wars fans believe that the stuff they're putting out is junk and we don't support them and they're losing money, they have no choice but to make a change. They have no choice. It's not sustainable. You know what I mean? So I was going to say one of two things, but that is the root of the second thing that I'm about to say. That is the root. And in order for things to change, that has to happen first. But in terms of their system with how they have it right now, the only way that's going to be able to change is if it gets worse for people before it gets better. I don't mean in terms of content or the content, right, that they're putting out. I'm not saying that has to get worse before it gets better. I'm just saying in terms of how they have to do things morally, in terms of, let me give you an example. A lot of good people that are, good people is the wrong term. A lot of people that are good at their jobs and are doing things right are going to unfortunately have to lose their jobs. it's a sad thing to think about. It is, but it's what has to happen, and that is going to happen as a result of the bad people also being fired, the people that are bad at their jobs, and the people that are messing it up and doing things like that. They've got to just flesh it out, man. And then hopefully those good people that are the people that are good at their jobs can work their way back up or get rehired or whatever. But they've got to kind of flush out the system. They've got to flush it out a little bit. And like I said, how can you discern, who's good at their job and who's bad at their job? That's what I mean by it's going to get worse before it gets better, right? Because there's no way, it's impossible to just fire everyone who's bad at their jobs and all the good people, able to skate by. That's just not how the world works. It's nice to think that way, that it could. It just does not work that way. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it rolls. What'd you think as a whole? The premiere. Overall, good, entertaining. Not what I was wanting, but it was entertaining, man. It didn't have any lore breaking stuff. Some parts were like absolute time wasters, but overall, I mean, I thought it was good. I think I've really got to wait for the last 9 episodes. I really want to talk about the show as a whole once it's done, because I'm just kind of giving you guys my initial thoughts right after seeing it, and it's kind of hard to do that without the rest of the context, because who knows? They could really jack this show up in the next 9 episodes. They've done it before, right? So, and they could also make it like the best show ever. And okay, that's not true. They can't make it the best show ever with just 9 episodes, but they can make it pretty darn good. They could definitely make it the best Disney show they've made, if they nail the next 9 episodes. But I mean, we'd have to see. Overall, I was entertained, though. Entertained enough to come back next week and watch 4 through 6. Definitely wasn't Bad Batch level. I mean, they have a good story going for them. So that's what you need at the core. That's the first thing you need. And they've got that. So that's good. I think most people that have seen both the original and Disney aren't going to try to disagree that the originals were so much better in the overall aspects of Star Wars. Yeah, I mean, hopefully, right? I mean, I think... Like I said, I think that's where you can talk about it objectively because the creator made it versus things that the creator, or things that were created without the creator and went against what the creator originally made. I think that's the objective part, because everyone has their own opinion and we can all be subjective about it. But there is some level of, being objective about it, because we've got the creator making things versus people that aren't the creator making things. I thought it was good too, man. I really liked the structure of the episodes, like a self-contained mini movie or something. Yeah, it's got filler, but it's different, but not too foreign, and I appreciate it. Yeah, Zach, that's another. That's kind of what we were talking about before you came in. Is basically, I enjoyed it. It was entertaining, right? It did feel like a mini movie in the aspect of, every 3 episodes are going to kind of focus on its own arc because it's going to take place within a year, and then the next 3 episodes are going to basically be another year, and the next 3 episodes will be another year, and the last 3 are going to be another year. So that way, since the beginning of season 1 of Andor and Rogue One, we know that there's 5 years in that, which makes it so much better than just the 1 year that they had in season 1, But yeah, the word I was using was it had a different vibe. Like, it still felt within Star Wars, but it didn't have the same vibe as it did in the original 6 and Clone Wars. They definitely went for something new and different. And like we were talking about this earlier, is I feel like that's kind of where Disney shines, right? Disney Star Wars shines in that little area of kind of trying something new, but not too new, right? Like, and they don't have to touch a lot of lore, so they don't really have to know everything about Star Wars. It's definitely, I think they should, right? I think they definitely, should know what is going on in the Star Wars universe. That way they don't make big lore mistakes. But when they're dealing with shows like this, there's not really a whole lot of lore they've got to worry about. You know what I mean? Yes, there are those little things. Like I said, there's some of those little nitpicks, right? Especially in season 1. But overall, it's not anything super lore breaking like their other shows, and it does have that different vibe to it. It still feels like within Star Wars, but it is different, and I think that's okay. I think that's good. So is Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew, I feel like, is another one of those shows that, I wouldn't say that I like it as much as Andor. I think Andor is way better than Skeleton Crew, but Skeleton Crew did that really short, what was it, 6 episodes of a really quick, let's try something new, not mess really with the Star Wars lore, but still within the Star Wars universe, and go with it, And it seems like that's kind of what they're trying to do with the new things that were announced at Star Wars Celebration with some of their new movies, other than Mandalorian and Grogu, right? But even the Starfighters movie and this and that, it seems like they're trying to now pivot away from the sequel trilogy, but not pivot away. They're kind of like, let's pivot a little bit, but not really pivot. And I think the best way of explaining that is, instead of them making a movie all about Rey, and the whole Jedi Order after her, which would have been episode 10, they're like, no, let's not do that, but let's still work within that time frame, but let's just do new characters and things of that, and maybe step away from that lore. I don't know. They didn't say that part about the lore, right? We'll have to wait and see. I'm not really excited for any of their movies, to be honest with you. I will say, after seeing the leaked footage of the Mando and Grogu, I will say I'm a little bit more excited. I'm not excited, but I already hated the thought of that movie. So going into it with hating the thought of that movie, and then seeing that and seeing some of the things that they're taking from Legends and stuff, I at least made me not hate it as much, I guess. Right? Like you said, I hello there. I hope you enjoy the content. Appreciate the sub. But I just have a feeling that they're just gonna have Grogu's face, man, all over the darn movie, and we should be done with Grogu. We really should. Mando season 2 went over that. You know what I mean? It's amazing how fast we're just switching topics. I was talking about Mando earlier, about like season 1, how I actually enjoyed that, but it felt slow in terms of like the actual side quests and detours. And then season 2 I enjoyed too. I know that was a bit more controversial because it was dealing with a lot more of cameos and things of that nature. I was okay with it, but still had the same problem season 1 did, and they were also doing like, I think what Mando really did for the most part for me is the part that I was wanting from the Mandalorian show. They threw in tiny little itty bitty pieces for me every like I don't know, every 4 episodes or so, every so often, right? Just to keep me entertained in terms of like, hey, we got more Mandalorian stuff coming for you. More about their culture, more about their history, more about what's going on with these new Mandalorians, about not being able to take off their helmet, and the mythosaur, and then they brought in Boba Fett and his history, and it's like, oh my, there's so much potential here, and then they just ruined it in season 3, and it's really super sad because in season 3 they did the same stuff, and I consider that stuff a slap in the face because they're giving us crap we don't want, and they're sprinkling in the things we do want and we're not seeing. And that's frustrating because that means, you know what that tells me? That tells me that they know what we want and they're purposely not giving it to us. They are purposely just throwing in the fluff and just, throwing in the little, oh, you know about this, huh? That you get that little reward. You know about this, you get this little reward. And it doesn't work if they never get to it. It doesn't work if you never get to it. And you know what? I think there's a possibility they're afraid of not being able to tell a good story with it, or they're going to mess something up. I don't know what the reason is. That's me speculating, complete speculation. But I don't really care what it is. Season 3 was so bad. I'm done with it. They could come up with a season 4 and I probably wouldn't watch it. I am just so done with it. They also ruined Book of Boba Fett with that whole trend of the Mandalorian because of dumb Grogu. And I actually liked Grogu at the beginning, but they've just turned him into some sick marketing machine now. And I can't stand to see him now. That's why when they said that, oh, we're coming out with the Mandalorian Grogu movie, I'm like, oh, great. Y'all know what we're getting more of. Like, for real. I was worried about the pacing, but it's perfect, quite frankly. The pacing for what? Andor? Andor Season 2? After the Rise of Skywalker, Mando seemed amazing, or on rewatch, it's exactly like Book of Boba Fett and Ahsoka. Yeah, I mean, well, that's like I said, that's because they didn't stick to their vision, right? Like Season 1, it was just the start, right? And I thought it was a good start. You know, some things they could have improved on, but it was an overall good start. Season 2, they kind of, you know what it felt like? Season 1 and 2, it felt like that should have been one season. Like, I don't know why they separated that into 2, honestly. It was all the same quest. It was all about getting Grogu back, man. And then they finally did that, and then he's back in Season 3. And then it's like, bro. And then now it's like, oh, now we're just following Din Djarin. It's like they just took everything we loved about Boba Fett and Jango Fett, and then they ruined those characters, and then just shove what we liked about them up Din Djarin's butt. And it's like, ta-da! We made a new character that you guys like. It's like, no. That's why it's like the people that like Din Djarin, I can't really blame them, but I kind of blame them. Because it's like, dude, how can you like this character? They're just a rip-off of Jango Fett and Boba Fett. You know what I mean? They're way better. Like, are you kidding me? Especially, oh my, there's so much lore. So much lore. Oh, that's a long road to go down, though, man. To fully dive deep. That's a video topic right there. That's a video topic right there. Nah, yeah, man, I think this show is nowhere near anything they put out like Mando or Acolyte. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? I thought, and this is what I was really hoping for the Mandalorian show. Going into Season 1, I thought the Mandalorian show was going to be about, okay, guess what? Can you guess? Can you guess what I thought the show was going to be about? Take a wild guess in chat. I want to see if you guys can guess it. Go ahead. This is what I think about all the shows, and then I'm a big sucker for thinking they're going to make this show about it. But I'm just curious. Go ahead. I want to see you guys in chat. Please, take a guess. What do you think I thought the Mandalorian TV show was about? Please. I want to hear this. I want to see this. Take a wild guess. Southern Sith Lords. No. Come on. It's real easy. Don't touch says how Palpatine returned. No, not quite. All right, I'll give you guys a hint. I'll just tell you. I thought that the Mandalorian show would have been about Mandalorians. I know, right? Crazy. Who would have thought? You know, same thing with the Book of Boba Fett. I thought the Book of Boba Fett would have been about, guess who? Boba Fett. But no, he wasn't even in a third of his own show. How about Andor? I thought we were going to, I thought the show was going to be about Andor. But no, we're going to learn about, not that I'm complaining, but we are getting a lot of side characters that don't really have anything to do with Andor. Whether that's Mon Mothma's daughter's wedding, or if that is policeman mama boy issues. I mean, where do we go next? You know what I mean? They spent all these times creating these characters just to kill them off, and then there's no emotion because they did horrible character development. Don't get me started, right? It's just a constant loop with Disney Star Wars, man. They make a title thinking that it's going to be about this thing, and then it's not, right? The Mandalorian show I would have loved. That's why I liked it in Season 1, because it's like, okay, we're learning some new stuff about the Mandalorians, but I thought it was going to be more about the stuff that we knew about, but we didn't really get to see. And that's what I was hoping for. We never got that. And you know what? We never will. You want to know why? Because the people, yes, I'm talking about Dave Filoni included, right? Because he's a big person behind that. Same thing with Dave Favreau. And I'm not passing like shame on these people. They're very talented at what they do. Don't get me wrong. But it's one thing to be talented and good at your job, and it's another thing to know Star Wars. And you need to be good at both. You have to know Star Wars and be good at your job to do something that Star Wars fans are going to love, right? And I think Sam Witwer is a good example of that, right? I'm not saying everyone has to be perfect, but know enough, right? And when you have people behind the Mandalorian TV show, like Dave and Jon Favreau and many others, right? Or people behind the Book of Boba Fett, like, what's his face? Help me out here, guys. Oh, come on, I know his name. Oh, I'm brain farting here. Anyways, whatever. The main guy behind the Book of Boba Fett, right? He was the guy who did the Boba Fett episode in The Mandalorian season 2. How am I not thinking of his name, bro? Anyways, besides the point. These guys, I know it'll never come to fruition because they don't know enough about it. They don't. And they've proved that by the things that they have put out. And they also put their priorities on the line of like what they wanted to show us. We got that. We've seen that. Hello, look at The Mandalorian. Rewatch that, please. Rewatch all 3 seasons. Let me know what you get out of that. Watch Book of Boba Fett again. Let me know what you get out of that. You know? They're afraid to make a prequel to the sequels, so it just meanders to nowhere, like you say. The villains suck as well, legions of Imperial troops, even though the Empire fell. Yeah, man. That is a very good point as to why I hated Episode 7. When Episode 7 first came out, people loved that thing. Most people did, anyways. I was one of the minorities of like, I didn't like it. Did I think it was redeemable? Absolutely, I thought it was redeemable. But overall, I was not sold on it. I thought the franchise was going to have a rough time just because of what Episode 7 did, right? Like, it did not bridge the gap at all from the original trilogy. They just went on and acted like they're starting a whole new thing. And they asked questions that they didn't answer, which is fine. They're supposed to ask questions they don't answer, but they brought up things that they didn't have to bring up that needed answering, that completely went against certain things in the original trilogy. For example, Maz Kanata, it comes out of her mouth, okay? She with Luke's lightsaber that he lost on Bespin in Empire Strikes Back, right? Came out of her own mouth. She said, "A good story for another time," or something like that, right? A story which we never got. Things like that, where it's like, how the heck did you get a hold of that? Things that really should have been answered. Who is Rey? I mean, obviously, a lot of stuff. I'm not saying they had to answer everything, but what it did is, since it didn't answer anything and it didn't bridge any of the gaps, that means Episode 8, guess what it had to do? It had to make up for it. So it would have had to bridge the gap that Episode 7 didn't bridge. It would have had to answer the questions that Episode 7 had to answer the questions that Episode 7 asked and did not answer, in terms of what they should have answered, right? And then it has to answer the questions that Episode 7 asked that Episode 8 is supposed to answer. And then Episode 8 also has to be its own movie in terms of asking its own questions to answer during the movie, because, you know, it's a movie. And then they also have to ask more questions in Episode 8 to be resolved in Episode 9, because it's in the middle of a trilogy. And that is way too much to ask for any one film. Because 7 was a horrible start, because Episode 8 was doomed from the start, not doomed, they could have made it work, but it would have been very challenging to try and do all of that, because it would have had to do what 2 movies should have done. And you know what? Ryan didn't even bother. Ryan said, Nah, screw that. Forget the questions. Forget the answers. We're gonna do our own thing. And then it was even worse than I thought. And they changed characters and this and that. Anyways, we're getting way off topic here. We're supposed to be talking about Andor. But anyways. Chisholoo. Oh, man. Asking for too much? Yeah. Well, how did you come to that conclusion? LOL, yeah. You don't care about Jar Jar Binks' royal cousin? Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, Disney, I feel like... yeah, dude. Disney, with their characters, too. It's so funny what they do. Like, they come up with so many wacky stories that they don't even keep track of, that they contradict themselves. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, between everything that they say is canon, which they say is pretty much everything because that's what makes more money, because if it's not canon then and it's not a part of the official timeline, then some people don't want to buy it. But all of a sudden you slap the word canon on there, I want to buy it, it's actual Star Wars, whatever. People are like that. Trust me, people are like that. It's weird. But anyways, it be what it be. Point is, their books, their comics, their movies, their shows, they're jumbled. I mean, dang, look at Dark Disciple that they made, right? I never read that, but I don't buy any of the Disney stuff, but I still do my research and I know what they're about and what happens to certain characters and things of that nature, right? I mean, dang, forget that. Forget what they did with the Ventress. Forget what they did with Ahsoka, even in the show. Like I said, it's not just one thing. They did it with in their book with Ventress. They did it in their shows with Rebels, with time travel and killing off Ahsoka and bringing her back. And they brought her back in her own show after episode 6. And then you know what? Not only that, they did it in their own dang movies. If you look at Rise of Skywalker and then the books that they had to try and make to make it make sense, and then even in doing that, they kind of contradict themselves. And not only that, from an even story and a lesson perspective, they automatically failed as well when it came to Rise of Skywalker. Because think about some of the themes and the lessons that maybe you could have taken away from that movie. They just threw it all away by like their last line of the movie, by Rey not accepting who she actually is, but no, a fake identity of someone she's actually not. She just wants to be called this, so that's my name. Like, no, that's not. It could, like, that went all against what even the originals did. Did Luke do that? No, he didn't. He embraced the dude. If there's any name to be, I mean, I guess Palpatine's also a bad name, right? But still, Skywalker. Well, I guess actually that's not true. Because technically people did not know that Anakin was Vader. But you guys get my point. The point still stands, right? Like, it's insane. It's pure insanity. Pure insanity. It's basic logic, too. It's basic common sense. I applaud Ryan's approach. Dude literally said, it's all a machine. Yeah. Man, the money machine. Shoots coins at the horse cars, yeah. What'd you think of Skeleton Crew? I didn't care enough to watch it. I'd give it as the same vibe of Andor. Not in the sense that it is the same type of feeling, but it's the same. It takes after Andor in terms of being a different vibe than the original Star Wars, like episodes 1 through 6 and the Clone Wars. And they kind of went and did their own thing, but it still fits within the Star Wars universe. And it was like a little fun kiddo adventure, right? Like, if you know that's what you're getting into, that's what it's supposed to be. I thought it was good, right? Did I have problems with it? Absolutely, right? But they weren't like lore breaking like any of the other shows, like Kenobi, which that's another example of, I thought the Kenobi show. See, I should have brought that up as another example, right? The Kenobi show, I thought that was going to be about Kenobi. Nope. Little did I know that would become the Reva show. That's right. Gets stabbed as a child by Darth Vader, lives through, gets stabbed by Darth Vader again, completely lives again. Oh, don't forget Leia pushing around like grown men trying to kidnap her. Oh my. Don't get me started on that show. That by the way, the video on that will be out. I can't give a date yet, but soon. That'll be out soon. I've been working on that for a long time. And you know what? It's going to be good. It's going to be good. You guys want to hear me break that movie down? I break it down. I break it down all right. It's a long one, I'll tell you that. But it's a start of a it's a start of a brand new series I'm doing on the channel where I'm going to break down all the movies and shows. And I thought I'd start it with Kenobi because at the time when I started at Kenobi, it was new when it first came out. And you're probably thinking, Gray, how long have you been working on this thing? Listen, I had to put on hold a few times because it would have been fine. I would have been able to get it out fine and early when it first came out. But unfortunately, someone close to me passed away, and I had to kind of put that on the back burner at that time. So, not an excuse, just being transparent as to why it didn't get released yet. But it's coming back. Like I said, I've been putting the priorities on the videos that have been on my computer. I'm trying to get them off my computer so that way I can actually focus on the new things. But anyways. I can't believe bro doesn't want to rewatch the famous speeder bike chase the Book of Boba Fett. Yeah. Crazy. What's going on? Avi K? Wait, am I saying that right? Avi Akai? Am I saying that right? From Dallas, Texas. What's up, man? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Graham, sorry to hear that, man. It's all good, man. She's with the Lord. She's with the Lord. You know? Yeah, one of the most godliest woman I've ever met. She's with the Lord, though. Come on, man. Flea was the best character in Kenobi. Flea? Who's that? Hold on. You trolling me or... Hold on, I gotta check this out. Oh my gosh, it's I didn't even know his name. Oh my. I didn't even know his name. That's hilarious. I just searched him up right now. Unbelievable. How do you know his name? That is crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, man. So unfortunate. That show could have been something, man. That's so unfortunate. That show really could have been something. All their shows could have been something. You notice a trend with Disney Star Wars? All of their shows have phenomenal concepts and have phenomenal potential, and they screw it up each and every time. It is amazing. It's quite an accomplishment. Seriously. Because they got a Star Wars fan like me to completely stop watching all the stuff they put out, you know? I mean, yeah, we came back. I mean, this is the first time we've done a watch party since, I know, when's the last time we did it, right? It was Bad Batch, right? Bad Batch was the straw that broke the camel's back. We literally mid-episode, we stopped watching it. We were like, I'm done. I'm done, man. Let me see. March 15th, 2023 with that Bad Batch episode, yep. We did do one since then in September of 2024, and that was the Lego Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy, which, I don't know if you guys remember that, but we technically ended that one in the last episode. But that was my mistake, not the stories. I misunderstood. I thought they... this is going to sound weird, but you got to actually go back and watch it for context, okay? If I say it right now, I probably shouldn't say it right now because it's going to sound bad. But listen, it appeared to me, the reason why I stopped watching it is because they made it look like, to me, it looked like they had, this is what I thought at the time, okay? Anakin's, they didn't actually do this. I'm repeating, they did not actually do this. All right. But this is what I saw was they made Lego Anakin transgender into a woman, right? That for me, I'm like, bro, I'm not in Lego form, bro. Like, really? You know, so I stopped it. But I did some research, and apparently that wasn't Anakin, I guess. Even though they were next to all the legacy characters like Mace Windu and Yoda and General Grievous and like Greedo and like all these other people that we know. Apparently there's just one other person that has like the same exact hair as Anakin, and you couldn't go by the clothes because they were all wearing the same outfit, you know? So apparently it was just some, I don't know. Like I said, bro, what? I know, listen. You have to watch it for context, okay? You gotta watch it for context. We did it live. It's still up. I refuse to take anything down. Just even when I can't tell you how many videos I really, part of me wants to take down because I'm like, I was just an idiot, or I changed my mind on this, or this is just bad quality, or I've made a mistake. There's so many videos and streams like that, but I leave them up on purpose because you know what? It's like, you know, we made that's our journey, man. The YouTube channel is our journey, right? And I'll just, if someone brings it up, then I'll be like, yeah, man, I made a mistake. Yeah, man, I don't agree with what I said here. I don't know why I said that, you know, whatever it might be, you know, but I keep it up so that way any of you guys can always see like, hey, look, he's not perfect. You know, he doesn't just keep his best stuff up. I could very easily do that. I bet you would grow faster that way too. I can't tell you. I still get comments off my old videos and I'm like, I explained that horribly wrong. That's not even what I think. And they just chew me out for it, you know? And that's okay. I don't let that stuff get to me, you know? I just let them do it. I'm like, well, have a good day, sir. And then typically when I do that, a lot of them, you know, apologize and they feel bad. But anyways, yeah. Rage quitting a show is crazy. That's what happened, man. Dude, I'm telling you, yeah, look, I'm looking at it right now. The whole stream was 7 minutes and 47 seconds with the Bad Batch. Yeah, man. The Bad Batch, dude, it killed Star Wars for me. I mean, it wasn't just that. It was really what Disney has done up to that point. And then that was, like I said, it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. And I just could not stand what they were doing to these characters and the story. The story. It was so bad. I'm like forcing myself to watch this, man. I mean, to be fair, I think when I watched that episode, I just came off of one of the episodes from The Mandalorian Season 3 because they came out the same day. So we watched Mandalorian and then we watched The Bad Batch straight after that. And if I'm not mistaken, well, I didn't like any of these Season 3 episodes. So yeah, I was probably upset with The Mandalorian as well, right? So, I mean, I was just mindset of Disney Star Wars overload, man. There's only so much of that I can take. Oh, no, I forgot about that. Bro, that's Flea's sister in Lego form. Yeah, man, it was wild. I'm like, it was just kind of weird, though. Like, did they not expect people to... I wonder if I'm the only one, because I mentioned that in the other stream. I'm like, who does this look like, guys? Like, I didn't bring in any context, because I didn't want people favoring with me or against me or whatever. I just wanted people's honest opinion. You know what I mean? And whoever was there in chat, I think it was you, Southern. You know, it wasn't just me, man. You know, I bet you if I could... I'm not going to do it right now, but I bet you if you guys end up finding that stream, the second one, and you hear my reasoning and stuff behind before that, I just showed the picture, and you guys see that picture, I bet you guys would probably think the same thing as me. If you guys played the Lego games and you know how Anakin looks, and he's standing next to all those legacy characters, like, bro. But I was wrong. Hey, I'm a man. I'll admit it. I was wrong. That's why I came back and I ended up watching it. I ended up finishing it in that stream, and it was good. I enjoyed it. It was a good show. But I wasn't going to stand for that. No way. Not with everything else that Disney Star Wars has done as well. Nah. Anyways, I think that's going to do it, guys. We kind of got off topic a lot. But, you know, I enjoyed it. That's kind of what these discussions are after the watch party, is just to kind of talk about Star Wars, talk about the show. And a lot of times when we are talking about Star Wars shows, we got to bring up other Star Wars movies, shows, books, comics, whatever it is, So I had a good time. I hope you guys did as well. I'm definitely going to be watching episodes 4 through 6 coming out the same time on next Tuesday. So 6 p.m. I'll start a little bit early, just like I did today. And if you guys want to watch it with me and discuss it after, let's do it. Other than that, that's going to be it. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night. And I'll see you all next time. Thank you all for watching. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Remember, Jesus is the way. Don't forget to love each other. And may the Force be with you always.